Greetings, technology enthusiasts. I am Chandrahas and I am delighted to be here with you representing CyberBrainer. Do you not believe that the technology sector is advancing at an unprecedented rate, making this an opportune moment to acquire the skills that will facilitate your progress? With CyberBrainer, we are empowering you to take control of your own future. At CyberBrainer, we do not merely impart your interests. We assert that information is power, yet it is the application of knowledge that distinguishes you. Our courses are meant to equip you with essential skills, whether you are pursuing data science, understanding artificial intelligence, or delving into cybersecurity. Let us commence the session and seize the future today. Thank you.
When you go to the worker, for example, if I go to the worker Kevin Jones, I go to his time and absence, I go and enter time. I choose the time entry code. I choose the hours. What you see is over 1, 2, 3. When I go over there, what is there? Out, meal and brain. If I change it to out only, and if I remain it in and out 3 pairs, it would be like he came, he went back. He came, he went back. Came and he went back. Came and he went back. It hardly matters on the pattern part, like how he wants to end meal in out, end meal in out. Alright? But you have to define what is the criteria, like how many allowable out times does a worker have. Do you want to have a track meal, or do you want to track hours, or do you want to track a break? Also, that depends on the requirement where it needs to be defined. Now, this particular area is all about the view of the calendar, how it looks like. What are the things worker can see? What are the things worker cannot see? This particular area calendar look-wise. Default calendar view. Is this what you see over here? Weekly view. The moment I change this to weekly to monthly, and I make additional calendar as weekly, what will happen if I click? And I go over here and I refresh it. In the top domain week and monthly, what will happen? Do you see? And there you have the weekly options. When you will have a discussion on the view of calendar, you can also bring this with the company that there are two options. Which is more favorable when, because there's a more discussion. What I do is basically I put it weekly because the standard weekly hours is already been categorized. But in product company they hardly cater. If for example, if I say that by weekly hours in United States, then the view of monthly doesn't matter. Correct. Then the view of weekly is. Additionally, you can have a monthly. But for example, in countries where there is a monthly entering of time, their weekly and bi-weekly payroll doesn't matter. There is always a monthly one, like India. Correct? We have a payroll cutoff date. And before that payroll cutoff date, we enter the entire hours of the previous month or whatever. Correct? There we can have monthly, but it depends on the requirement of how it is easily accessible for the worker. It's basically on the user interface. What is more convenient to go? And then it comes on the coaching that you give to the workers during your localization session. Localization session means like once you live with Workday, you will have to be training the workers how they can enter time and everything. Correct, right? Right. That is more on a user education level. Right. This is one of the cool part. On an interview level, they generally ask you like what are the pre-filled entry methods a worker can have. I'm clicking all those over here right now and will explain you what we can do. If I click over here and I see I have enabled autofill by prior week, autofill from schedule a quick ad, enter time by week, enter time by time. I'm not getting that. It's not. It's because of the security. The reason behind, even if you put over there, you need to do one more thing. When you go to enter time in the business process, we go to the view area. There are a lot of things which we need to do. Autofill by prior week. It needs to have a security. Autofill from previous schedule. It needs to have security. Auto run calculation. It needs to have security. You have to mention the security over here. Enter time by time. You have to add a security over here. And then how many VPs are there on time traffic? Only. Enter time. Enter time. Approval goes from this workflow. The workflow approval goes from here. Approval goes from this workflow. And that's the flow. Any questions? There are options to enter time. The first option that I do is basically clicking on every day and entering the time. This functionality is known as microdit. There is an option in BP to have microdit enabled. If I open the business process, I go on the View tab and I check on the area. I have to give a security. If I want to give a microedit security to the employer, then only they can. Similarly for auto prior week also. Auto fill from schedule also clear. Sometimes the company do not want employees to clear their time card. Only timekeeper can clear that or the operation folks. This option is microedit. Clear means it will clear the time blocks, timesheet, entirely timesheet. It will clear, erase the timesheet. There is one option, enter time by type. Enter time by type. Enter time by type is basically you select the time entry code directly. For example, add your hours directly over it. Like 10 hours, AO, 6 hours, 7 hours. Save and close. This is a way of entering time. What will happen automatically, whatever days you have selected. It will do rather than going and clicking manually on every day. In doing microedit, you can do one along. One type of entry type. This is the way of entering time. It's basically user interface and user adaptability. How they want to use the timesheet. This option is known as enter time by type. If I click on clear, what it will do? If I confirm it, it will erase everything. You'll see right now. Correct? There is first option. Let's discuss enter autofill from prior week. From its name itself, it says that whatever the enter time hours is filled. From any previous week, it can be filled into your current week. Autofill from prior week. It's like automating. What we'll do? Workday will select the week from which week you want to enter. For example, I selected a week. There is no time entered on this particular week. Any of this week, no time. For example, there was some time entered also. I selected that week. I also clicked over here like wherever the comments were there. Add if you want to copy paste the entire comments which is entered over there. You can do it or you can leave it. It does not make a difference. It depends on the company to company. Now let's water. Use a different time entry method to enter time. For this week, you can enter time only for days. See, now it gives you an error. Use a different time entry method to enter time for this week. You can enter time only for days on or before 40/2024. If he is saying that, no, you cannot do it for that week. Let's do some different week. If we have enter hours, if I click over here, I checked another week. What it did? It allowed you the entire hours. Now, if I clear this and I use simply from my timesheet, from my work schedule, auto fill from schedule, what it will do? Whatever in your work schedule calendar, whatever schedule you have, it will directly use that and enter it. Why I got those error? Let's see. Use different time entry method. You can time enter. The reason behind it came. Use a different time entry method to enter time for this week. You can enter time only for days on or before 4/82/24. What it did? We think we have done. We think we have done. We have done. I remove this. Actually, I'll change this time entry code in this one. I'll change this time. That's right. That's right. What it did? What it did? Basically pull out from your schedule. How to check the schedule? Go to the worker. Schedule event. start time and end time. What it did? Start time and end time. And in between there was a meal break also. It directly pulled the meal break also in that particular area. If I click over there, there is a meal break also. What it did basically 45? It did not add any block. Why is that? It's a meal break hour. See, from this you have mentioned that 425 is a break time. The block is eliminated. But we have selected that each block will come here. How each block will come here? All allowable, out time is out time. Previously I have mentioned like that automatically, and even if you mentioned it and if you don't allow here system generated meal blocks, it will not, it will just tell out time is meal. Correct? We did one to enter time by time. If I do enter time by week, what we will do, automatically it will bring a new scheme and it will ask you for each day, blocks like that. Each day block. And enter time for new week, this week, every week like this. It is very tardy for this one. I don't like this one. I like the enter time by type, not this one. It is very tardy. That's all. But in order to have these all things configured, you have to have all these time events come from ClockWrite. Hardly they will enter the time. Time enter only by the time. It depends on the company to company how they want to enter the time. For example, if it is time clock events in United States, majorly they use time clocks. But other countries if there is a not regular is already mentioned, that you don't need to enter regular hours. You just need to enter your special hours. Then they go and enter their special hour. That does not go time clock. Time absence is basically if you have your absences configured and you allow your absence to be entered through time tracking, then manage absences comes into the picture. It is an absence topic. If absence is enabled, that time off is enabled. If I click over here manage absence, automatically it goes to your absence calendar. This is your absence calendar. This is your absence calendar. If I click on quick add, quick add is basically quickly add. Select the time type which you want to enter. Check next. Directly enter type hours 10:19. Select the days. And click. It will automatically do the hours. You have changed the one. And here it will create an overlap. I am cancelling it. There is now another one. Review time, and it is basically reviewing the time. What you have entered, it will review. These are the hours you have entered and all those things. And this is not used by the worker itself because she is the super user. Then she can review those. Worker will not see. Run calculations is basically running the internal calculations. For example, you did some modification in the background calculation. For example, previous criteria of overtime was 7 hours. Now you have meant previous, or like for example, previous criteria of having a daily overtime was, if you cross 7 hours in a day, then the number of hours you put after 7 hours would be considered as overtime. Company stated that no. Now it needs to have a standardized way of working. Now let's make it 8 hours. If you cross more than 8 hours in a day, Then the number of hours you put, that would be overtime. Employees have already entered hours. Now automatically it will not change the criteria. The criteria effect or refreshing of those criteria calculations will not change. What you need to do? You need to go and click on the run calculation. What it will do? The background calculation will get refreshed with the new criteria. Background calculation. We will configure how it is done. When it will be get effective? Let us suppose we have for the last month. We have approval is also done for the time entry. The management says like we need a modification from the previous month. Whoever like, then any got your point. Directly go to the point. It's from last month and how we, there is action. There is the timekeeper would run calculation for a date range. Automatically it will choose the dates for the worker. Who are the workers? It needs to have a forward supervisory. Automatically refresh. And even though it's approved now, the calculation will get refreshed and it will got submitted status. It will not be approved. At that point of time, you have to again run mass approval, run calculation. Run calculation is for single worker. That is for a mass, it will happen for a single worker. It's on the timesheet. It's on the individual timesheet. But if you want to a mass, like if it happens for entire population, and if you want to have a transaction for the mass, then you have to do run big, run pay calculations for a period, but run calculation for a date range. For the date range, cool, yep. Now let's go back to the time entry template. What we see now, additional auto expand for payroll costing allocation. It is basically related to finance. Finance would have the payroll costing allowance and everything. If your Workday finance is enabled in your system, hide paid indicators. In your period schedule for a worker, for example, this work, if I go to this work, if I go to this worker and click over here, there's a period schedule. If the period schedule is using payroll, since here there is a payroll payment date coming up over here, correct. Now, if I click hide pay date indicators. In the timesheet it will. The block will not come up and it is generally hidden, period log date. Period end date is already generally hidden. Worker didn't or shouldn't know that. When is the period log date? When it is the pay date indicators. It shouldn't be exposed to the worker. But time entry template where we can see this pay date and the time entry in the time entry template or in the timesheet. You see a block over there on the pay dates. You see a block. You will see blocks over here for the payroll date, payment date if it is mentioned on that. This is just the pay date, see pay date and pay date. Period end date, the indicators. You can hide it if you click over here once again. What happened? Now go and refresh it. It is hidden. This is all about calendar part. If I go on the next section, business process, one is submit time by period. Submit time by period. The option will create an independent approval event for each position that has time entered. Use this option to prevent one approver from the holding of the approval of the time from another approval. If a user is approved for multiple ones, they will receive a receive and must act to the separate approval item. Oh sorry, I clicked the another one time. Submit by period is basically your. It is associated to your period schedule. If your period schedule is monthly, started is first of the year, first of the month, and ended is the last of the month. When you submit the time over here, what it will do? It will submit the time for the entire month. If it is your bi-weekly, it will do for the entire bi-weekly period. It does not mean that you cannot re-enter and resubmit your time entry. There is a country. You can get a confusion. If I submit it one time and if I miss some entries, which means I will not be able to submit it. It is not you can submit multiple times, but it will get submitted for the entire period, which is basically the entire month. Again, it will submit for the entire month. The previous entries will not get impacted. If you modify the previous entries, it will get, but if you don't modify it and you have a separate entries for separate date, then it will. It will cater the separate entry. If I click over here and if I enter over here, if I use your entry, if I go ahead and click, if I review it, what it did, it calculated for the entire month, you see. Because this worker is associated to a monthly period schedule. Now when I go to over here, this is the simple independent events for multiple jobs. For example, a worker can have an additional job, correct? Correct. Yep, if a worker have an additional job, worker can have two different time entry codes, one for the primary job and one for the secondary job. If he enters the time for the primary job, it will go to the primary manager. If it is go to the secondary job, it will go to the secondary manager. That is what they were stated. And if you have understanding of position management, if you have an additional job in your company, that means you have additional position in your company. Correct, right? If that is configured, then independent events will go to the independent managers without time approval by work tax. If you have, what does that mean? First is you have to configure your business process. You have to add a condition that if your call center is this axis, then the approval will route to, for example, manager or whatsoever. You give the approval, you can have it through over here. Also mentioned, you have to mention the work tag that you configure there. 3 tips. First, you have to configure the work tags in your time entry code correct. Then you have hello. You have to mention the work tag over here. Second step. Third step, if you want to have a routing modification to like approval modification, you have to add it over here. And then you have to go to the enter time VP and make it condition over here that while submitting, if the cost center is like cost center propose or cost center current is something, then it goes to manager approval or whatever. You have to add it to the manager, and if you are not putting here, then it won't go to the manager, but it will be in the weekend. We can do it. See, in the business process, we can do a lot of things. We can make it submit text. What is submit text? When I click over here, you see this particular text coming up, colorful submit text. It comes over here. What is basically, you can create your own text over here. You can modify, you can have hyperlink. HTML coding can be added over here, like for example, here if you want to add it. If you have to color it, you can add it. You can have a submit text over here. Whatever you want to give a text acknowledgement that I do, whatever it is. This is basically acknowledgement. Part that. I truly acknowledge that with the number of hours I have added, I volume confirmation text. What does that mean? Correct, you raised a question. Correct that if company decides and the policy changes and I stated you that we will do run mass calculation, right? After that calculations, what it will do? It will refresh the calculation. The approved hours will not get auto approved. It will be modified automatically. At that point of time, we need to do the timekeeper, the payroll person or the timekeeper has to perform several actions after run time calculation for a day train. The timekeeper has to do this particular action, mass submit. Was mass submit time. Process mass, this is the domain here. He has to select the confirmation. Then next, for example, I check executive, I select everyone. For example, I select over here, it's a slow process. I select everyone, I select next, I select run now. Then I select next. I select the period which they are eligible. For example, let's make this testing. Just making sorry my spelling, this is a high volume text, the text you receive over there. That is basically when you are doing a high volume summation. Auto mass fill from schedule. This is a bug in Workday. What book allow auto mass? Auto fill from schedule. It does not run like that. Like mass auto fill, sometimes run it, sometimes do not run. I don't know why Workday has given this, but it is not running. Like if you want to have a high volume entries, mass time entry, and there's an option to do auto fill from the schedule, it does not run. It actually does not execute in the same way that we want, like from the worker schedule, the way we saw. It does not run like that. I have also faced some of the issues on that and raised Workday case on that. They are working, but they have not given a concrete confirmation that. They give a very complex solution that you have to go to the business process, not a business process, tenant setup, MCM setup, other stuff. On the setup level, this thing on the setup level, and then I don't know, I've forgotten the comments based on 2020, 2021 one, but I did not like this one. Like, it's basically the functionality on a documentation level states that when a timekeeper is actually entering time for the entire company, auto fill from schedule will directly pull the hours from their work schedule, designated work schedule, no matter what worker has having. And like in documentation level, if we just check this and allow mass auto fills from schedule, when the timekeeper goes, what he needs to enter in the task, he just needs to mass sort of field. He just need to ask mass autofill screen. This is the task. That is how it was. Run frequency, weekly recurrence, weekly recurrence. Like if you want to have a weekly recurrence, you want to repeat it. For example, your workers are not entering time. In an organization, whoever has this schedule, they will auto it. Whoever has a work schedule calendar, and in work schedule calendar, they have their schedules mentioned. Worker can do why it is weekly. There will be a question why it is weekly, why it is not monthly. Work started with weekly schedules. Correct, not schedules. Weekly timesheets correct. The basic of timesheets are always weekly, the default one. That's why their preference was weekly. What will happen? The recurrence is always repeating it once again. The loop will start up. That's why they had mentioned that is weekly. Business process is done. Totals we will. Totals. We will learn with time calculations. Now the time. Now everything will start with the time calculations. What we will do? First we will John is there. We will remove everything. I go to the calendar of John, Kevin John. Now the chapter of calculation tags and important things will come into the picture. If I go to John, this calculation tag is the same what we are giving during this time and time go to the same code. The interaction would come into the picture. Whatever you mention, what will come into the picture over here. Now, if I over here, there is nothing is displayed. For example, your in and out. What calculation tag is your default? You don't have any default calculation tag, which means if I add regular, it will not come up correct. Right? We need to add the calculation tag. If I go over here and that calculation time we need to add in the chapters. That's why we are saying this is the carrier. For example, if I add your tag name, it as irregular. Now I go to the template, edit the template and the totals. In the total, I create one total that will display total. Number of totals is 12. You can have maximum 12. It was 9 or 10, now it is 12. What tag you want to include is irregular, regular hours, whatever the label you want to give. If I click now, if I go to the timesheet, click, if I refresh the calculation, you will see. See now, right now is regular hours 0 coming up because if we have not submitted it, no, not submitted is not an option. Why it is coming regular 0 now? See now I'll show you. If I go, still it seems showing 0. Oh, is this security issue? No, not a security issue. 1 second total in additional total we have. No, I do not click over here. Forgot. I think I forgot to put. See, I forgot to get click over here. Regular hours has come up. Even if now, if I add over here, we have to run the run calculation. No, not when we are playing with the calculation. It was basically what is if I had another house over here, for example, BH in and out. What tag it has? It has BH regular. Click. You will see nothing has happened. Total number of hours plus is 16. Nothing has happened. Correct. What I will do, I will go to the time entry template. Edit up. Go to total. Add regular also. Whatever hours coming from BH regular or IL regular will sum up. And I go over here. Run calculation. Not run calculation. Now I just need to refresh it. I will see 16 now. 6. Very sure. This is the first total regular that we talked about. Now we will start. Our next class will start doing the complex thing about determining calculations. How calculations comes because this topic is directly connected to the totals. Now we will start with determining some of the scenarios. Like if number of hours are exceeding this, how to overtime double time. What other things we can do? Shift differentials. Shift differentials, everything. Those are the things that will come up with this chapter. The next one. First, what I would do if I get requirement like this population needs a background calculation of overtime or like in general scenario, what do we get? Like what the workers who are spending more than 8 hours a day daily, right? They would be paid 1.5x of their salary. At the moment, this number comes down like 1.5x number 0.66. Don't get that impression that you will have to configure that 1.5x what they will get paid. There is no your. That is not your job. The payroll has a job to multiply it with their compensation amount and make that calculation. But the payroll needs to know that hours is owned by you. In that particular scenario, like for example, let's first open the calculation tab. I just configured B shade regular, IL regular, B at regular calculation tag and IL regular calculation tag. Now what they have asked me that the calculation, that what the requirement came from the requester was basically that any given hours, which is working hour on a particular day, is going beyond 8. Workday gives certain number of calculations which is very useful, and there is one such calculation which is known as standard overtime calculation. What we will do? We will create a calculation for this person, not for this person. We create this calculation for the population. Create time calculation is the task. I take B overtime calculation in daily. The moment we click over there are a lot of types of calculation which comes into the picture from the Workday standpoint. Before, all the calculation which has been created and which has been delivered in Workday should be from this type. There is no other types in Workday to create calculations. There is a type of calculation which is specifically made for overtimes. Like if somebody crosses a certain number of hours, how should it look like? And other stuff standard overtime. Click, and if there is any other calculation apart from whatever the given, then we can use this time block calculations. If your company asks you, like I want to see a block, then you have to create other conditional or something. That is the later part when you play with calculated field. Now with new updates in Workday, they have given effective date of the calculation. What is the effective date of the calculation? From which date it is effective? This is the new updates. But if you're implementing fresh the Workday tenant, try to have the effective date matched with the period schedule. Effective date like the P, the first period of your period schedule. First period means the moment the period schedule has been created. Generally pre-paged is not created for the current year. When you have a fresh implementation, they have like past 2. 3 years periods also mentioned when there's a fresh implementation. If for example, in order to have any past dated reconciliation, any retro dated, when is there is a new tenant, a new fresh. Implementation, for example, now in Kronos, you are moving to Workday. What will happen in your Workday tenant? Past 3 years periods would also be added. That is the fundamental way of doing it. Some companies say that not we will start on the current year period, but on an add shell on a hindsight. If you see, no, on an idle ideology, we add past to 3 years period for better yoga structures for better reporting. Also, if anything comes up or if any previous data needs to be uploaded, period should be there for time tracking or anything, and it's highly important for the payroll also. If you are using Workday payroll, we are using, then definitely it would be there. I'm considering it as a fresh implementation. I am making it 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 0, 2, 0 like last 4 years period. I'm making it effective. It is a daily what? My query was basically any worker who's working more than 8 hours a day, he or she should. I got one question, not addicted to this. I just wanted to know about the chrono side. Whenever we are migrating our, like you mentioned, the period schedule, we are considering 2, 3 years. But are we like migrating the data as well for 1 or 2 years? Do that please. Necessary to migrate to your data depending on like what if you want to have a historical data updated. If I said it that, yes, ideally it should do some historical data before. Moving it, replace house 8. What it will do? It will see the criteria. Criteria is basically true and false. The system pointer will come over here and see if it is going more than 8, then worker is working overtime. But how the system will know that it is going more than 8 or not? Correct system is not aware automatically that this hours is going more than 8. What is that parameter that delivers that the hours are going more than 8 or not? Which carrier is responsible? Here the important picture comes into the picture. Comes into the picture is calculation tag. What I will see that any given hours from this time, entry code like either from by or irregular are regular hours, while copy paste one I am regular and another I'll do irregular. I'll do a mistake now, I'll add it. It should be an overtime. Now what time needs to be stored in a separate area? Correct. Right now, we'll create another time and the other values should get removed. Now it says, is it based on the calendar, calculate date or a shift date? And the worker is working on shift, it will consider the shift date. You will see some of the scenarios where the worker is working. Your interest would be 2 times a day, like for example, evening 4, 2, next morning 2, correct. And in the same day again, evening 10 to next morning, something that point of time, don't get confused that. He is working double overtime to twice a day. It is not a scenario. It can be a shift, correct. Right now this section we do not. Oh well, previously this section was not here, this section was again. Having another tab over here is like a section. This is new update. I want to that consolidate in a single page. Now I have created this calculation. But in this I have done a mistake. We will do correct the mistake. But once we see what is a mistake, when we do address here, it is now needed like which population is also for this calculation is effective, which is that population. What we will do? You have to see the calculation group. I'm just adding this calculation group if I click over here. What is the calculation group? Calculation group is nothing. It is just an eligibility criteria. What are the workers are eligible? The same goes for the time code group is similar. If you know that we created time entry code, correct. Time entry code is tied up with time calculations, correct. No, sorry, time code groups. If you remember, time entry code is always linked with time code group, right? Similarly, time calculations always link with the time calculation group. The system should know like which population is eligible for the calculation we specified in the groups. Mostly exam templates will come in that way. Sorry that exam templates comes right easily for this, I don't know. Like exam, it depends on the calculation. Never categorize the exam and non-exam are coming up. If it is in a situation in us, a lot of it's again depend upon the requirement. But ultimately over time is even to the exam templates. That's example is in United States. In the United States majorly. This we are going to do for us. That's why I'm just thinking, now I have made this calculation another thing, that alert comes up into the picture that a priority has to be given. What is priorities? Priority is basically the order of execution of a calculation, how the calculation would trigger and how it would come into the picture. My always thinking is to start with an ascending number depending on the flow of the priority and don't mix any calculations in this particular word. For example, I'll click over here maintain priority. Now, when you are doing for country to countries, different countries, my best suggestion would be using country ISO code underscore. This would create less confusion first and there would be standardization like, see if here is like their mix match of a lot of calculations 0, 1, 0, 1, 0 and we shouldn't do like this. For example, we are going with the naming convention by 0, 0, 1. I make it now. Let's do some time entry and see if he is getting in overtime or not. I'll use the entry code. All in and out. I'll add the end time as 10 and out, add the outcome as 22. 22 is basically 10, it's 2 allows. What is your expectation? Regular is regular should be 8. And rest would be, but I have not configured the total for overtime. Let me just go configure the total for overtime. It is B overtime. The tag name is B overtime. You can have a generic name on the label as overtime. Why we are adding in the additional tag instead of this additional total instead of pictures? That is, labor we are talking now. Let me click it and let's see what happens. What happened over here? 12 hours is there, but everything is going to regular. There is nothing on 0 because it's important. Why? Let me go to the calculation. Like the mistake that I did over here is making both of them together in one column. What does basically mean is if the hours from by regular and irregular is greater than 8 and is the logic that came into the picture then. if it is crossing more than 8 and both of them should. Both entry codes should be there in the system on the same day, and if the hours are crossing 8, then it is an overtime. Instead of that, I would have to do this. The time which is generated either by a regular or B, or if it is going more than 8. The condition was not satisfied there. That's why it's showing growth, because that's the mistake that I did, Now what will happen if I go and refresh it? Let's see. What is the situation in the calculation? Does it got reflected? No, I refresh the calculation in the remove tags. Also, when you put the no in the remove tag, it is not needed remove that. There is no plus coming up. Did you see when I did it? There is no plus, it is not needed what I am saying it now. I have corrected it. I'm just refreshing. Click the refresh button. Did it did? My expectation should be it should come over here, but it shouldn't. The reason behind I did not refresh the calculation by clicking on run calculation. I'll click any background calculation modification you need to. That does not get automatically reflected on the time cut until unless you refresh the calculation by a run calculation, and same goes with the payroll. Now, when I did automatically, a very good distinguished numbers got bifurcated, one with regular and one with overtime. Now when I click on this particular area and I go to the view details, I go to the calculator tab. I can easily see that. Ignore this California, ignore this. I can easily see this irregular and go automatically get created. If I don't, let's do one thing. If I don't remove these tags, what will happen? Again, go to the time block. I go and run the calculation. Would we come into regular? What will happen? Let me show you. 12 hours will come into regular forever. Outcome into the overtime. That's why this removal needs to be done. Means if you see literal meaning, remove tags after overtime. It should remove this regular house right after the irregular arms. Yes, that is the meaning. Means it should not include the overtime. It should. It should not include with the word. It should get removed. That value should get distinguished. Now another thing, like what came into the picture, is if any given hours are going more than 12, if in a day a worker is going beyond 12 hours. Understand in a particular day, if a worker is going beyond 12 hours, any particular hours entered on that particular day would be considered as double time. How the bifurcation would happen would be, I came and I entered, I'm just making an entry over here. I came at 7 am and I went back home at 9 pm. A 14 hours, which means 8 hours regular, 4 hours over 10 and 2 hours double time. Now I see over here coming up regular 16 as 8 hours this day. 8 hours this day, total regular 16, yep. Let's remove this particular block that you don't get confused. I see 8 hours regular and 6 hour overtime, which shouldn't be what I need. 8 for to correct for a day. First thing what I will do, I create a double time tag and add it to the totals. Do another mistake here and let's rectify that while doing the calculation. Like creating a double time calculation. Understand this very simple concept that any given hour is going beyond, greater than. It's very easy to use this particular one. Daily is the criterion, what I said. Going beyond 12 hours, now see what mistakes we will. I'll add both regular, I am regular. What time also we need to include. Let me include that, as you said. I believe overtime should include in with the hours, right? Regular and with the end condition, not with the or condition. Let's do it the double time. See, you believe how it works? Make this calculation as 0. To hum defects. Right now I'll go. I'll run the calculations. More than that, let me see the things. What you stated, I will configure the same way. What happens? Nothing happens. For the double time, let's make another mistake, the condition that you said, make it and it is not needed. I'll remove, I'll click and I'll do one calculation. What happened? Nothing happened. Nothing happened, correct. Why? I don't know. But the thing is that what is going on in priority? First priority. The priority is bus 0, 0, 2. Let me make them priority again because of the priority overtime runs first. First it has to run double time the 0, 1 and then overtime should be 2. Really? Then if everything goes to double time, then overtime will not run. First idea, it has to be overtime. You meant to always the overtime would be first. I'll reconsider, did not happen. Let me tell you what we can do, making changes what I said. It is 8, 4. 2, 8 is your regular, 4 is your overtime and 2 is your double time. You have configured that any hours, understand any hours going beyond 4, would automatically become a double time. Correct for a day? In order to go to double time, your overtime should be also exist in the system. Correct? Yes or no? The regular will, or anyhow from the overtime calculation it will run and it will create that block in the total set, right? Now see regular hours and overtime hours, and under the summary section we got it from the overtime calculation, and this double time will get it overtime calculation. From the base calculation was your regular hours. The entire point was overtime. Now, when the overtime is going beyond that particular hours, that goes to double time. This is the interlinkage which is done through calculation tags, and that is the core part. And here all the confusion comes. I got it now. Now, if I would have changed the priorities, it would not have worked like the same way. First the overtime calculation will run, then the second calculation will run. You change your priority, double time first, and then overtime, then all the 6 hours will go to double time. Let's do it. Why 6 hours will go to double time? Your priorities change, right? How? The 6 hours would go to double time system. Until unless overtime is not created system. No, is there any overtime? That is also correct. If you change the priority, then what will happen? That's what I'm thinking. Nothing will run, shouldn't run. Make it, it should create some. Make this priority. Let's see double, 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 because what time does not exist at that point of time. The system would go directly to the calculation system. Go to this calculation here. Double time check, is there any overtime? The system saw the calculation, there is any overtime generated. No, why? Because there is no input from the regular hours. Correct into the time calculation, run the calculation, now it's working fine. These are the mistakes that happens, and then a consultant gets like pissed off because of that 1 second. What we did over here is basically the overtime and double time. Now there are different types of overtime and double time depending on criteria. Criteria are such like if it is a daily, if it is a weekly, or it's a monthly. What you will do if we choose like weekly, that is something that is a homework for you. Take it if somebody is working more than 40 hours or a week. Configure that, select the criteria, choose the priorities, it's up to you. And then another thing is I want is basically if somebody is crossing more than 160 hours a month, then that would be a monthly overtime, weekly and monthly. You have to do. There are criteria mentioned in that particular mess it up and see what you can get it over time. Weekly and double time, understand. The priority of monthly would be after weekly. If you're having a calculation of weekly as 03, your monthly will be 04, how it works daily. Weekly, monthly, that should be my priority. Cool, another time. And in that also we need to do double time for weekly and monthly also. No, we don't like. There is no requirement such right now. You don't worry about it. Oh, thank you. But do that have a double time or weekly basis? Double time always comes like when you're retarding something like if Saturday you have worked overtime. What like? There are conditions such as like that you can have, like if on a Saturday, if you work more than 8 hours, then any given hours on Sunday which you enter would be a double time. Oh, these are like complex calculations. These are like the calculation that I'm giving. It is a fairy tale calculation, but on a practical basis, some other calculations comes into picture, like if on a Saturday, and that is a 6 consecutive day. If anybody is working more than 6 hours, 8 hours in a day, then any given hour working on Sunday would be considered as double time, or if any break is taken on that particular day would be taken as a premium break. These are like These are like real scenarios. You cool? No, I'm giving you another kind, like bringing your attention on another time of calculation, which is basically time frame calculation. Time frame calculations in your chronos. Also, like if somebody is working in a night shift, they will get any other premium other stuff like its shift differential calculation, which is basically having in stack time and end time. Generally in companies, what happens if you are working on a hourly basis, and if you're working on at a certain given point of hours, like evening 9 to morning 4, you would be given as an additional amount on top of your salary. Let's go and see that type of calculation to create that. Create a calculation. Create time calculation. Let's make it evening 7 till morning 7. It's a calculation known as shift differential calculation. The moment I click on this again, effective date of dates would come into the picture of 2001-2020. Then it asks the start time. I make it 7. Good morning, no, I'm 7 p.m. I'll do it. 7 p.m. till 7 am as ID hours, generating from now here. I am not removing any tag. I will answer this question during my demo on that. We are keeping the priority now. Make it with because this is mutually exclusive from your overtime. It will not impact. It is a different calculation. When I entered time, What was the calculation tag? For example, you are working in an organization where you are $10 per hour. $10 per hour and you are in night shift. Now I am entering my hours from here. Let me first answer. At $10 per hour, you are saying for the regular one, right? Is it for the regular one? I am saying right now. Understand? Now understand. Let me complete it. You are working in an organization. Your daily wage, hourly wage is $10 per hour. And if you are crossing that limit of night shift, additional dollar would be given. Let's take $5 for our basic mathematics. What happens now? I started my day at 2 p.m. and I ended up at 22, which is 10. 7 to 10 is 3 hours. If I click, what I will see, my regular hours are 8, which is absolutely correct. And shift hours are 3, correct? Premium is what will be del 80 plus the 15, which is basically plus 15 is equal to 95. That is the premium that I will get. $15 is an extra premium, but $80 is my regular hours. Correct. If I would have, I just want to know. We have not run calculation for this shift entry. But why? Because I have cleared the calculation. Why I would run calculation, clear the calculation, remove this and add a fresh entry. A fresh entry, we never need to run the run calculation. Now if I add remove tag, be regular. I'll regular over here. Now I need to run calculation. Because I modified the calculation, if I do this and confirm, you will. What I will see over here, basically the regular that would be removed. Correct? That is the loss, like a 50 and 15 extra. But however, he has worked 8 hours. Doesn't make a difference. Correct. It's a loss. That's why in shift differential, we generally do not remove the time calculation, which is added based on the company scenario. We have to analyze the company scenario on this. Generally, shift is given an extra. The shift is an extra additional amount. Right? Here I have one question. Is it for? Do you have any condition where for the shift differential we are using removed tags? Can be like if the shift differential is the amount is more than height. If there is like if more than the regular hours, the differential amount is more than the regular is already a contained in your regular hours. Then we can remove it. Like for example, if your shift premium is the 40 per hour, regular is $1 per hour. Sorry, the 10 per hour. And companies say that the shift this time is inclusive of regular. Oh, then we have to remove because I just want to understand why they have given the remove tag there. On what condition we have to use otherwise. It can be, but can be, should. Now it makes sense. One second. This is your shift differential calculation. It's been highly used. Shift differential gets highly used, and other one. Overtime is also very highly used. These are the calculations that you will use day in, day out on your, which would be get used on most of the workers who are working in hourly basis and they have the shift working timings. Here how we do it. Alright, any questions for the day? Not related to this. But if you remember that we discussed it for the business. I'll do this business gathering. I just need some help on that. Do you have any template on that? That will be beneficial for me. Who is your implementation partner? Implementation partner? This is a recording. I don't know. Implementation partner is. You have an implementation partner, correct? They will bring the template. You do not need a template. You guys are getting help from an implementation partner to move your Kronos to Kronos data to Workday, correct? Right? They would have a workbook with them. You guys have to be aligned with them, and your job would be. They will first guide you to walk you through their workbook, which is basically a requirement book, and you would also be there, and then it would be passed to HR, like you would be the mediator on this particular one, correct? Mediator, and then means they will also be in the meeting and we are also in the meeting. They will be implementing. You are on the inside, you will also do implementation. They will teach you. Do this particular one, you do this particular one. This is happening, it's Workday. You shouldn't. We will do a different kind of calculation. One sec. I'm just the consecutive day calculations. Consecutive day automatically states that number of continuous days you're working. BH, let me make a 6-day consecutive. 6-day consecutive would be considered as the 6th working day after the 5th working day. Like on Saturday, you're working. Continuously you've been working and you're on 6th. That is the 6th working day. 6th working day. After the rolling consecutive day. Let's click over here. See ruling. Consecutive day means when it is checked, it enables consecutive day calculation to cross-work schedule. Calendar weeks for this week to next week. For example, you started your day. If your calendar day looks like Monday to Friday, Saturday, Sunday is off. But if your week start, you are waking your first day of the week starts on Thursday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday goes to the next week as per the standard weeks. when it goes to the next week, next day, next week, ideally you should be having an off on Monday and Tuesday. But since you're working on Monday and Tuesday again, then cross week correction would come into the picture. Correct. If it is allowed, then it would consider your cross week, like this week to next week calculations, as consecutive days. Reset after consecutive day form. When it is checked, the consecutive counter will reset after defining a consecutive day flow. For example, Monday to Friday, you work 5 days. 6 days consecutive day come. If I check this, then what will happen? The 6th day, you are done. 7 days, even if you are working, that would not be considered as a consecutive day because it will reset. Again, you can start from the first day. I'm making a configuration for the 6th day and reset out for 7 days. What it will. For example, my week starts from Monday to Friday. And if I do 2 consecutive days, Saturday and Sunday, again Monday, if I do, then that should not be considered as a consecutive day. That should be my again reset and regular week starts because in consecutive day, we are giving a certain premium to the worker. For example, if we started giving a certain premium, then again, if Monday also comes into the picture, then Monday would be also given. That's why we need to have a reset as something will go roundabout and mad. Let me create one. Three, 4, 5 days have been. I put it out as my regular hours. I'll start with my 6th day. see what happens on Saturday. We can define the totals right. Automatically what happened? 6-day consecutive day has come up. Now, since it is not visible on the totals, let's add into the total, creating a label over there. See over here 6 consecutive days. Now let's enter on Sunday. And then we entered since it got reset. I don't think it will give you a value of 6 consecutive days. Nothing. 7 consecutive did not give because we added a reset over here. If you have given 7, then it would have added right. Then it wouldn't have been the 7th day. For example, let's see. If I did not reset it automatically, it would have come as 6 consecutive days. The consecutive day has already, again a consecutive day has been encountered. even if it is not a 6-day. That's why we do reset it in order to have a standardization. If we have not reset and if they have gone to it, they also again, it will show the consecutive day, right? And if there is a break, then it won't write. No, if there's a break in between, it won't. We are doing time calculation, but however, there is one more important item which is more common in the United States. In the United States, people don't go and do majorly on the time card entries. Do not go and click on the time card to enter their time. Like in time is 10 am. Our time is 6. There is a clock in, clock out event that goes on. And how it goes down? Because based on the clock in, clock out event, which is already configured, based on if your time entry code is in and out, we considered it as a clock in, clock out mode. In Workday Mobile, we do not know to do anything. Configuration Workday Mobile, it automatically syncs. For example, this Kevin Jones. As enter time, he goes to his in time. He definitely will see time clock over here. And in Workday Mobile also, he will see this. How they do is basically checking. In and out automatically. The timings would be captured. And once it is done, they do it by mobile. Once it is done, after spending time, they would do checkout. But sometimes what happened if they do check-in but forget to do the checkout? At that point of time, what happened? There is an unmatched block that gets created in Workday. And due to which, since unmatched block is created, which means that there is no block in the time card or there is a partially filled block. Now, when they are needed to be paid, when there is a payment request Workday, the payroll team does not analyze what is the out time based on that. What would be the total number of hours spent on that particular day? Yes, that is unmatched because there is a check-in time but checkout is not there. It creates a curse. As a time tracking administrator, not you, but in your team, when operation team would be given handover of time tracking. Operation team does regular work on the employee data, and these always HRIS is operation. What they would do, this is education for them. But in order to do that first, when a consultant tests, it is a duty of the consultant to make them understand what are the tasks they have. What they have is unmatched. Yes, it's a time clock event. Started and ended, they can put. they have to choose the organization. Click, and automatically it is a Kevin June organization we have to go to. There's no work. They can identify these are the workers. For example, Kevin John is also there, for which we did one unmatched time entry. They can go to the time card and correct it. Or there are two tasks. One is unmatched time clock events by the worker or unmatched time clock events. Here they have to add the date, like for example, biweekly, their operation. Folks would be well aware which is the biweekly period before the payment. Paid it. They will run this report and they'll see which are the entries. The checking interest. They do not have the checkout. Checkout, but there is no. The checkout source is added, but it is not validated properly. For example, what they will do, they will have to match the entries. They will have to go to the worker history on this. This particular see the dates has been also mentioned. For example day, I will go to the worker. I'll go. See unmatched check-in has come up. Over here, see, are you able to see? I'll click at the end time or out time. I'll clear it. This is one of the key aspects when it comes to the time clock, and especially in the United States, this is more common. Because what happens? People do try to enter the time but forgot to delete the time entries. Or do that checkouts. And that creates a very big misunderstanding. Payment delays. That this kind of activities do happen. For operations, it is necessary to be given that kind of education. That time clock events have been catered in this particular fashion. This is more on the operation side. But as when I did my training, it was also been communicated like these are the things that you can like to break, fix and break. Like for example, a ticket is raised that I'm not able to submit my TEM card. And when this has happened, you will, as a consultant, the first thing you do is basically check if the worker is having period schedule or not. That is the first. The first tool that we use is basically whenever there is a ticket, like if time entry is not able to done by it's not been able to cater care by the employee. What we do is we work at an eligibility. You go to the worker. We'll definitely first see what is the current schedule they have on the left side. If they are having to work schedules, it will automatically show over here. If they have to entertain a lot of money to show over here. And if they have it, you know what about this time and the validation groups. Time it will see later, a period schedule if it is there or not. They can be if this is 1 or 1 ratio, 1 if still everything is there and employees not able to submit time or enter time automatically. The first thing is you would be doing would be going to the time card. And if you see on my time card, then automatically. It is clear that employee has done miss, checked out or checked in focus. At that point of time, we have to rectify and correct that. We have to delete that entry on that time and then we have to add a specific value on the time card. Like if there is a gap value, for example, there you saw that there is a missed in time but there is out time or vice versa. Either you have to cancel the employee and tell them what is the in time you have to manually add or you have to make those adjustments. Alright. There's one more thing which an admin can do. For example, employee has entered the time from schedule, but honestly employee was not present on Monday. All employees work less hours on Monday, but they have submitted the time card. Now a request has raised by the employee to your incident management tool that mistakenly I have entered time on 8th of April, which is cumulative of 9 hours. And I really don't. I have mistakenly added it. Can you please rectify that and make it 4 hours? As a time tracking operation. Folks, you have the task adjust. Calculated time. We'll go. You will add the name Kevin John. For example, your tool. You got the request for Kevin John. You'll open that. Automatically what will happen? A new screen would pop up with all the values. All the values has come up like on Monday. For it, our regular California shift premium, everything has come up. All the details of that regular out. What you can do is that you have the opportunity. You can make the quantities. We can agree. For example, for it there's 4 hours of quantity. This is the meal time quality. Either you can make it, for example, you can make it 0. You have the ability. Make it 2 hours. They make it 1 hour. But you have to confirm that this is the adjustment it's there until. Unless you are not putting your acknowledgement on this, it will not submit. Once I put submit on this, I go back to my temp card, I go to action, I go to run calculation. What I'll do, what I see automatically. First, everything has been submitted. What you can see over here, because I just calculated time, gives the power and autonomy to the manager to submit the time card, not the manager. I'm sorry. the time tracking administrator or the operation folks to directly get approved because it's been done after everything been approved and added. If I go and see, calculated, there would be values which you see on the upfront, see reported quantities for, but calculated quantities too, and there is a symbol coming up with this adjustment. This is a very powerful tool for the operations and it has been used regularly. Go. What we saw is first the consecutive day calculation. What is the implications of that? Then the unmatched diameter, which is like. These two items are very useful for the operation folks. And it is it. You will use it in your. You will see the implications and everything during your project. Requirement part. What are the operations folks, what they can do? I'll clear the calculation. Next to class is like the most. I don't teach every calculation because whatever in the industry we use, I do practical. I teach those the heavily used calculations are. There is like a shift differential. The differential is used heavily. What time calculation is used heavily. Is a client a manufacturing plant? Like is a company the manufacturing plant? You will have a lot of shift differential. Then a minimum weekly nobody would use. Shift differential standard over time. And these the last four now. These are the core block. If you remove everything over here, it's fine, but these won't. These are the base block and this would be used every time this year. These are the core. There is one more right. Like the people who works on Saturday or Sunday. They will also get some extra means, some others. We will decide from this calculation. What it doesn't give anything on it or something like that. No, we can decide. If it is a Saturday will be good. They gives you a flexibility to modify your calculations. There are what these object-oriented platform. We do work on object, Saturday's object, Sunday's object. It's your duty to. How do you predictively get there? If you work on the 4th of July, you're sent the test. You can do it through. You can make it through your calculation shift, day, date, everything. You know that we have this holiday time block create calculation. Holiday time block create calculation is basically creating a holiday block on the time card. Oh, if you click over here, if it is the 4th of July, for example, China has Saturday, Sunday working days. Not like that. It's a government, since in China they have their holidays coming up weekend, weekdays long holiday. Long holiday means 3-4 days holiday. They make this Saturday, Sunday working as per the regulations. Oh, it is there? It is there. In that particular scenario, we make hard-coded data. This is a working day. This is not a working. This entirely been for Canada, not for any other countries. It is for Canada and United States. Statutory holiday jurisdiction. Is it a federal or provincial? There are two items over there in United States. Federal means the entire. Federal is a provincial first. Based on every location province you need to be created. Use territory holiday configuration eligibility. Statutory holiday configuration eligibility, like you will create a holiday calendar for your holidays in United States. And this has only been for United States. In Canada, then automatically the blocks would. Then they're using this. Rather than using this, what we do. For example, let me show you. Let's make Kevin. Work time visibility. I see a holiday calendar for this outcome. Go over here. I will go to the calendar. Add calendar event. BHTS holiday. Date is also 14/4. Let's not make 14/4. Let's make previous week. Let's make 9. One time event. Everything is there. Click. Now this event is created. BHTest holiday. Now I go to worker timesheet. For every worker in Workday, they would have a holiday calendar. Every worker, it is holiday. Calendar comes under absence, right? There is a debate come under absence of time tracking course. It has calendar events also. 1 second. Can you see on this? You'll see BH test holiday process in the year. What happens on an annual basis, on an everyday yearly maintenance basis. During the end of the year, like from November to December onwards, your benefits team or your HR team gives the public holiday of the next year, your federal or whatever statutory holidays for next year at that point of time. See in your company. And I don't think that you will have a separate absence consultant or separate time tracking consultant. You will have to have a time and absence considered, who knows time tracking in absence both. Both are two different domains, but both are like integrated to each other heavily. Automatically, a person who has like 3 to 4 years of experience in Workday absence gets to know a lot of flavors of time tracking. Every year during the end of the year, you will get a lot of holiday calendars to be uploaded to Workday. And it is generally done by through EIBs. That is how it works. Some countries, such as China and other countries, they have little delay on the holiday calendars. But on a regular fashion, by from November to December mid, you should ideally get all the holiday calendars into your system because New Year's and everything would be coming up and employee would. In India, we have a fashion to do. We do not have the fashion of adding our holidays future dated. But in Western countries, they have their planned holidays, feature dated, any holidays which are not colliding with their public holiday calendars. For that residue, we do add prior to the forthcoming year. Got. Now, when I go to this calculation which we created rather than having, we can have this time automatically or holidays would be shown on your time. And if you want to configure anything such as like, if anybody has worked more than 5 hours on a holiday, or if anybody has worked on a public holiday, they would get a certain value of money. That would be considered overtime, double time. These kind of calculation is catered through time block conditional calculation because there is a condition that it is a public holiday. Then give certain amount to a worker. That's how it's been catered. One sec. Now I'll show you a very good tool for a time tracking consultant. If I autofill from my schedule, if I make it, I should have something over here. I should have something over here. I should have something over here. If I go ahead and run calculation, there's nothing shown over here, which is the alarming thing for me. Why it is not shown over here? It's an alarming thing for me. What I'll do, there's a PDF icon coming up over here. I'll click on this particular icon. Click. I'll go to this bell icon. Not any questions. Refresh it. I see a document availability over here. And what is same time card for Kevin John for the week of 4.1 to 4.9. If I click on this card, what I will see is basically the entire thing of the timesheet. Whatever it's reported and what are the background calculation it has created. Everything for the week. Why I introduced this to you is basically to show you that whenever there is a discrepancies with respect to the internal calculation, like for example, you found that your double time did not trigger. What time has already triggered in your calculation? How to identify that? All those things. You get it through printing the time card and everything is shown over here. Which calculation tag has triggered? What calculation has triggered? What comment is there? Everything on the background level in order to make the life easy for the time tracking consultant. Everything is mentioned here. Now, when I see over here, there is nothing has been added over here. What I'll do, for the video, we can get all the values in one shot. But if we go one shot, whatever is there for the week, everything will be given at one shot. My time card is not showing me any of the dates. Such a thing as we have these assumptions right. Early in, early out, late in, late out. That is also configured through time. Time block. Time blocked all. Some of them they have given this calculation like overtime, mid-shift population, and for everything they have given this time block date calculation, which is kind of a Brahma circle. You can use anything. When I add this for this particular week, I see a value is coming over here. When I click over the PDF, I click on the for the week of 15 to 21. What? It will give you entire details about what happened in the calendar. What are the background calculation? It did trigger. I click over here once again. If I click over here, I'll see now from the week of 15. First, it is not submitted Monday 0.5 hours. The RD absence discipline. California, this tag is generated. This calculation has triggered and this calculation tag has generated. For example, if you see over here, there is a block over here coming up. Why this block has generated? This block has generated because of this calculation. Kneel break penalty calculation has generated. California Beach regular. This is what we entered BH regular. And which calculation tag is calculation it has created. This particular calculation has created with the calculation tag of California. Now BH overtime, which is our calculation when somebody goes beyond 8 hours. Total entries is 9 hours. Correct? This calculation has created BH overtime calculation daily hours. Total hours is 9 entered on that particular day. This is a very useful card detail that a consultant can have in order to verify what things are going on. One second. Any questions on this particular one? No. Alright. 70% of the item of time tracking has been completed. Starting from the base to this magnificent area. Now the major part would come, which is the most important calculations part, which we will do tomorrow with some of the scenarios. Think of some of the scenarios which you would like to have, such as you must have encountered in Kronos. We will try to replicate those types of things in Workday. If we cannot, then I'll tell you it is not possible. But what are the scenarios? For example, if somebody has worked Saturday 5 hours, then the Sunday any hour work would be at a premium, correct? But if somebody is working on 6 consecutive day and on 7 consecutive day the hours are more than 2 hours, then any hour entered after 2 hours would be considered as double shift premium. There can be a number of scenarios. Bring those things. We can work together on that particular one. 2 days I have just given you in terms of creating these calculations, and on the final closing one, we will do some of the major items such as validations. And some of the templates for manager template in terms of what they see on when they go and approve the timesheets and Excel. Let's start with time block conditional calculation. For example, we got a requirement that is a public holiday that is falling on a Saturday. Any number of hours entered by an employee would be considered as extra premium. Holiday which is falling on a public weekend. Public holiday falling on a public weekend, and that too on Saturday. Very simple, very straightforward. Just like the first, create a public holiday. Let me go first to the worker. This holiday calendar is created in through the absence right. We are creating. I go through the time card, run it. I'll see a holiday event. BH test holiday. Now I'm removing everything from here, every block from here. This is currently blank. Now my condition is somewhere around, like we are trying to build a condition where we are first identifying it is a holiday or not. And if it is a holiday, it is coming on Sunday. It's added or not. For example, we are directly targeting a date or a day. This Saturday is a day. And Saturday if it is a holiday or not. First what we'll do, we'll create time calculation. First BH time block conditional public and Saturday. Dreamy. Select the time calculation. When we create this, we get a criteria. Criteria is basically true. What is the true condition? Now here we can have either time, block time, shift time, daytime, week. There are different kinds of criteria. Is it based on the block? Is it based on the shift? Like to the false condition based on the shift? Or is it a condition which is based on the particular day, or it is a weekly hours? For example, we are considered as a day, like is Saturday is a day. Now, here we will create a calculation which is based on a calculated field. The conditions which are you seeing over time, block time, shift time, daytime, week. Remember that the call field business object can be either time block or time shift or time day or time week. We are going to create that one yourself. These are the options that can be created in a call field. Call field gives you the business object of a call field can be time block or time shift or time day or time week. Based on the requirement, we will create. That you don't get confused that how can I make something on a day basis. We have option of time day. Business object is also there because Workday works on an object orienting way. I'm creating a call field and you have to see I have a lot of practice. I know which call field, which condition we are doing. The moment you will practice more, you will get to understand. There is no such that you have to learn things. Create call field. Only one thing, the condition criteria over here is always a true false condition. If it is true or false, true or false, true or false. Our condition is CF. The ideal way of making a call field. I'm just giving you not the naming convention, which is very like proper for other consultant to understand when they are evaluating your configuration. Or you are left the company and somebody else has come and just going through. The configuration is to make a proper layman, kind of a verbiage on your call field. For example, chief is the call field abbreviation. Time day is the business object that we have used. Like it is based on time. Now TIF is true, false condition is SAT or SAT and public holiday. If a consultant comes before digging into the configuration, he can see it's a true false condition, stating that if it is sat there on a public holiday, he gets the confidence. It's a true false condition. Time day function true false. I click. Now I get a call field over here. It's a true false condition. First is a Saturday. I know that it is a true false field is Saturday, but if you don't know, you can just simply type Saturday and see what are coming fields. Now, if you always click on the report values and see which business object it is. Is Saturday is a true, false and Workday delivered. Click. Equal to, which means this field should be yes and holiday. I'm just typing a link in one holiday. Let's see what we have is holiday. The business object is time day and it's a work day delivered. Copy this field. I paste it over here. It will get added. If I try to paste it somewhere around here, it will add or not. Let's see. It did not get that because the business object is time block and we are enforcing time day. It will not. It will only get added on the corresponding to the cell similar date. Alright. Any of the hours which is coming from these on a public holiday, and Saturday would be considered as the Saturday holiday. We have to add the same way, or we have added for the standard or overtime or whatever. The condition when there is no dependency of other calculation, you can have a different priority for them. Because that is entirely depending on the condition and the values are not getting mix matched. It will not create any requests on that. But at the same time, if we wanted to add more calculation in respect to holiday and like for the Saturday, on that scenario, we need to in order. We need to do the priority in order. Then we need to give a priority on order. Now, for example, if I enter 10 to 16, automatically I'll see nothing has been added over here. What happened? If I go to the view details, calculated be it Saturday holiday premium has come up. And if we add in the total, then it will be, obviously, if this value is not added on, the total will not come up over here. Obviously, because the system doesn't know, if you are automatically nothing happens. Whatever you will give the values to the system, it will lay out. This flag will raise by this calculation. Tell me any other scenarios you can think of. Like in time calculation means, if I wanted to showcase the hours as well as flag, can we add both in one calculation? Like means early check, early punch in or early check in. If it works more than 8 hours, then you will get over 10. Early check in, early punch in, and whatever you have to make nested calculation. First you have to create a calculation which is early punch in or late checkout. Generally we don't make early punch in, we make earlier late check in and early checkout. And then we make it, and if a worker is working more than 8 hours on a day, then over time that means by default he is working late, going late to the home. Correct? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Early check-in and then overtime. Anything is you can think about this like first you can. First you have to think about like schedule in time and first in time. If the schedule in time and first in time schedule is like what is given to the workers in and out of based on the pattern. Correct? And first check-in would be the actual checking the worker does. And if the difference if the difference is less than 1, which means he has early check-in. Correct. Right. Well reported hours is greater than 8. First you will determine early check-in or late checkout. That is a separate calculation. Second, you have to create a calculation which is basically overtime. If that day particularly workers working more than 8 hours. That is your general calculation of standard overtime. And if he is going early or late, those schedule out time. And first out time or the last out time. If it is greater than 1, greater than 0 or 1, like that condition we have, you have to think like that. But there you have to create a block rather than creating condition. You have to see this block coming up like this early checkout, late check-in text. Based on the previous day working higher. We have another time block, create calculation. What? When we are using that thing, when you need to create a block? Oh, for example, early checking and early checkout. You see the block summing up. These are created by time, block create calculations. And then we have the time block calculation and then this time create calculation. One is time block conditional calculation, which is based on the condition time block create calculation is basically creating a block. Like early check-in. Depends on the consultant. It depends on the consultant how he wants to use the block, where he wants to flag the block where he wants to. Pick a calculation. And now like this testing holiday or like me, break penalty. These are the events like testing audit is a meal break. Penalty is a block connected created. It's a conditional time calculation. It would be a time block create calculation. I see it does. It sees on the day condition that worker is eligible to be missed mail or break but does not work or miss mail and cannot waive. This field, which comes here, we can create it, or it's already there is, you can create. If there is not, it is not there, you can create. For example, this is a created field. It's a created field. It's a nested calculated for, you see create call field. They have not given, they have directly made a GUI generic, but yet call field. But these are like who did deliver for you have to. The ideal way is to click on the three dots and see if it is a field sources work data delivered on. Yes, simile. This needs a lot of practice. Calculated become now. This leads to a lot of practice. If we definitely more scenarios in that we can create the meal penalty is the like a California kind of a thing. That I know. I'm talking about the calculated field where we can get more scenarios that we can create. That's what I'm asking. Calculated field has a basic source coming from the Workday reporting. It is not something that is a generic for work. No, I'm aware of that. I'm just saying if I need to do classes on this, I see most of the scenario. See what are the scenarios you thinking? What are the scenarios coming up in Chronos? Like I got like just a basic one. I get it for this public holiday and a Saturday which I wanted to be nested in a single one. I create a call field. It can be a lot of scenarios, such as like if previous day's work are like more than 10 hours than any given day working on today would be considered as double time. One kind of, there can be several like think of a weird situation like what you have saw in Chronos. I will see that. For example, today is Saturday. I got a requirement any. If the hours entered on Saturday is more than 8 or more than 5, then any given hour entered on Sunday would be considered as double time. Automatically, I'll think about creating a condition, create time calculation BH double time premium BH on Sundays. First thing is it is a Sunday and on previous day of the hours are entered more than 6. Let's go to the condition. It's a day calculation, which will make first it would be nested calculated field in this particular one. I'm going to say Sunday and then prev hours greater than 6. True, false. This is always going to be a constant one. First, we need to get true false condition right. Always conditional calculation or create calculation. The first thing is criteria matching, if it is a true or false. If it is not false, if it's not there, then automatically it will not generate. It's Sunday. We thought about like it's a Sunday. Now we think about previous day. Hours is greater than 6. In order to see that, we have to create another col field. To first identify previous day calculation, to create another col field CFSRI, some related instance. What it does is basically sum up the whole item C, F as related instance time day, previous day hours. Previous time day. See, I have a lot of practice. That's why I know a lot of field. Don't get overwhelmed that you are not aware of that. It's just a scenario to scenario based. The moment you put your efforts, I was not. When I got certified in time tracking, I was not aware of these things. Like these previous day or something, it comes on when you practice with a lot of consultants or when you have a lot of customers, then you get to know. Don't get that kind of feeling. What the system will do now? First, system will look into the previous day. Now system looked at the previous day, system will sum up every instances. And what we want? What is the amount of hours it pulled up? Correct? You report it. No reported hours. That I'm doing with regular time. Totally put out hours for calendar day, where it is in the just 4 or 5. Absolutely correct. Total number of hours reported on that particular calendar day. If those hours are greater than 6, and hours you are entering are from BH, regular or IL. Regular, then everything would be better than 6, then double. Be double time. We can use the same calculation tag, right? What we have? Why you want to use the same calculation tag? Tell me. Why give me justification? If something get hodgepodged, then the calculation would run at that given point of time and here also when you will. If, for example, there is a mismatch of the calculation, how will you distinguish? In order to, you are creating this time block or double time. We are getting two double time. One is from the double overtime calculation, which is right, and then another one we are getting from this time block conditional calculation, whatever time. For both of them, the calculation tag will be different. I do. There is no storage kind of a thing like for a workday. I do this. But when is like a simple overtime double time like for different countries. If the same tag is there, then use the same tag. But for distinguished scenario, when there is some distinguished scenario where you shouldn't use, why to use it? For same country, we can use name ideally. What is that? Ideally, it's like if you have 5 of the countries, are there 5 of the countries have a different overtime and double time scenarios? Use the same one. For the same country, we can use the same one, right? For the same country, use the same one. But when there is a premium and double things coming up, you should have a distinguished one. Now I add over here priority. You know this mean lot of practice on the calculation. Now when I go to here and I run, calculate and I add some hours over here first. 10 to 16. Let's see what hours I get. I get only regular hours if I add over. Whatever. Let's see how my hours are getting changed. What happened? It became 0. How many hours it is? 8 hours. I go and click over here. Double time premium. Because previous hours are more than 6. Even if I may make 30. Let's make it like that. Or it did not give me because the total hours was 6. I wanted greater than 6. I have to make it either by, because our roundings are like 50 minutes, 7 minutes, 60, 30. I'll see total number of hours over here has double time premium. This is one kind of scenario where you see the previous day's hours and that is replicated to your current day hours. This is the one which has been used on a regular basis. These kind of calculations in USA is been used. For shift workers and other workers, they can be. It can be a very good kind of solution point. There are a lot of other items on this particular one. If I clear this, what were we doing? Time calculation. Have you thought about any scenario? I don't know. Yesterday was very active. My schedule was very active. No problem. It is still in 9. India offshore onshore issue. Let's do that early check-in and late check-out configuration. In order to do that, first let's check this man's schedule. Right? Okay. It's 12 am to 9. That's the schedule he has. To 9. Let me verify. New schedule work. Tab into. Now let's start with the configuration. Here we will see. We will create a block to identify if it is a late check-in for time block calculation. There are 3 options to do it on this particular one. Either time day. If we go by the time shift or time day, the best option is to do through time day. Let's create a calculated field. R would be what we will see. We will see the difference. If the difference is coming more than 1, then automatically a block should generate. No, automatically are. We will first see the difference. First, let's make some error. What would be the threshold that we want to put it? First thing, true or false, but always schedule. And first, difference. Let's see if we get this. The field will also comes from the time day here. All the fields would come from the time day. Whatever the field would be, time day has. Schedule. Time between the first schedule and time. time between, time between, time between, first in schedule, first schedule in time, between schedule in time and actual in time. This is what I need. Duration in hours between first schedule in time and first actual in time of the time day. Returns negative number when the actual is before the schedule. Use this CRF to validate when the workers comes too late. Let's make it greater than. I want to do one. I'll add a tag late entry. Quantity 1 is basically a flag that it is a late entry. If I can put quantity 2 also, whatever number you want to put, but generally we can say V, when we take it in terms of like how many times a person come late, one quantity gets a flag. Let's go to calculation. Effective date automatically comes whatever they have. Go related action, and then I know put a date over here. And let me make it BS underscore 002. Now see here, I did not put any such kind of calculation tag if you have noticed, because we did not need that in this particular scenario. In this particular scenario, we did not need the, else we would have nested a calculation and added a calculation tag from there. But we don't need right now. Kevin John. Now let's go. Let's see if we are getting any block or not. We got a block. Lead entry. You see. But that's a block. What if we make it like that? The moment amount of worker is late, that would be deducted from the regular hours. For example, if I am 1 hour late, my scheduled hours are 8 hours. But if I am late, then on that particular day I work 7 hours. Does that make that like sounds reasonable? No, but the regular hours, it will come as a 7 only, right? Why? No, I didn't. For example, I have 1 hour late. I am scheduled to work 8 hours, but I will subtract the number of hours. I am late even if I have worked more than 8 hours in the day. I can create a calculated field on the quantity level. I can create a quantity level. Over here. Now let's create a cal field. The late entry hours would give me the revised regular hours. Just imagine that the hours would stay over here. If I have time. Time day. Scheduled hours for the day minus actual in actual. In time difference. Time day. Here we are doing subtraction like arithmetic one. The function with that we will take is arithmetic calculation. Thank you. Simple logic subtraction. Scheduled hours for the calculated day. Minus time. Time in between the first scheduled in time to time reported. I want to use the old version, that is the one that I like. Schedule and the actual. This is more effective one, schedule and actual. Old version days written, it works more efficiently. A time between the schedule and the actual in time. Copy. Go. Paste this. Understand, there is one more technical thing. If the condition criteria is time day, then the result would. The result where you are putting your calculated field would also be on time. That is how it is designed. This time block is little bit complicated. Time block is directly creating a block. It's not complicated, it's just based on what condition you want to put it. What do you want to achieve in this particular one? It's basically a lot of experience and exercise. Exercise, you need exercise, that is for sure. Now, for example, now it was giving one entry. Now, for example, I run the calculation. What it did? It basically subtracted. I joined 1.5 hours late from my scheduled time. What it made, even if I worked 9 hours. What it did? 6.5 hours later entry. Now if you want to reduce it in from the regular one, then you have to add a subtraction over here. Like that here. What do you have to make on the calculated field? You have to make it negative. The value should come negative. Either multiply by -1 after this and the tag that is getting generated. Now, from here a tag would get generated. Need entry, add that tag to the total. under the regular bucket if you want to subtract those hours. Are you getting it? This is one of the common configuration, early checkout and late check-in. For the early checkout, you do that. A checkout, how would you achieve that? Just use this calculation for your reference. Late check-in time block calculation and then create your early checkout. Now moving ahead, I will wanted to show you a different kind of a story with respect to the workers who work on customer service. And who are supporting clients on call basis. Like when they are needed and they are there to support. There are two types of worker. First is one worker who is on standby. And the second worker type is on call. Now let's see the configuration in the tenant. First, let me see the worker. Worker time eligibility Kevin. That I need to create two codes for him. Time for group use exception. Now what I need to do over here? I want to create two time entry code which the employee would use for their extra payments. One is stand and one is on call paid. The client says if a worker is more than 10 hours for a week on standby, if he is on a standby, which is fine. If it is under the radar of 10, we would give $20 for the week as a bonus. If it is 10 to 20 hours for a week, then 40, and if it's more than 20 hours in a week on standby hours, then we will give $80 for the week. $80 for the week, not for the day. Flat amount for the week, which is $80. Simple. Now let's first create time entry code. On-call standby units hours. Priority. Let's make it 2 point default hour. Let's make it 5. Stand. Now if we go to the groups, basically I'm creating a code. Now I'll do entries over here. Let me see if I can make it standby hours over here. It is there. Let's make it 5 hours over here. Five hours. Total 10 hours I have entered for the week. Correct. Now we have to it will show in the block only like the she will like. In June, I will do only one thing. I'll add total that standby hours has been entered. I'll edit this. I just want to add for the employee reference for the payroll. It does not need it. What we wanted. Our assumption is that if the weekly hours for standby is more than 10 hours, first is under the 10 hours. We'll create 3 calculation. If it is under 3 or 10 hours, then our calculation would give standby $20. Standby version 1. If it is between 10 to 20, standby version 2, and it is between stand like more than 20, standby version 3. Standby code, which is basically your payroll amount. Payroll just need a flag that standby version. $1 to $20 would be given to Kevin Jones for that week. Standby version 2. Standby version. We are paying weekly, not every day. One amount would be paid. Correct. Standby version 1 weekly block. Automatically when I always emphasized on block, which means 9:30. Automatically it comes on time week. Create time. Create call field. Now, first thing is that we want to get the hours. how we will get the number of hours through this blocks. And the hours entered and the block value is always stored in col fill. Correct? Stand. Right. Whatever col fill calculation tag they have, standby is the calculation tag. When always the value is always stored in the col fill. We want to draw the block values from there. That's why it's very important. Now we have to create another col fill, nested col fill. Some related instance time week. When we are creating this nested fields. Now what? Indirectly, the field will not come from there like value of the time week. Directly will not come. We want to fetch the values from the time calculation tag. Then that part of time when you are not getting directly, then you use we want quantity. We are quantifying the entire week value. We are summing up entire week value. Correct. That point of time, then we need to do this nested time week. This is the time call. Stand time week. Now the system knows you are looking at time week, but in time week what you're looking at? You're looking at blocks. Correct? Time block. What it say? Time blocks for the time week. Correct? If I select all instances, what will happen? Time interval will exceed all the boxes. Correct? But what I need only the block standby. Correct? Right? Not all the boxes, for in that area we have to select instance where the condition is true and our condition is time blocks where it is standby. Correct? Now we get another call field. CF time TF calculation tag standby. Time block. True false. I believe once you are pro in this, then you will enjoy this thing. Time calculation tag. Calculation calculation tag. Now which calculation tag we are looking at, which will fits the standby. Standby, I clicked on standby. Clicked. Now we got what we got, the blocks for the week. From the blocks we nested to time block. From the block we identify standby, but what we want to sum the hours. Correct. What the standby calculation tag has hours. What I would do? Reported hours. Hours are reported quantity. Now if the standby hours is less than or equal to 10 hours, click. Condition is done. Sorry, it is time week. For the week, condition is done. Flag is done. Stand. Kind of eligibility, right? Which employee will come? Right. Calculation group. The conversation going with your team that we informed that. We informed him that you're a little late, but he still asked. Saying it is late is 7211. You will see how it is behaving. Our tags and everything is done. Now what I will do is just run the calculation. What happened at the end of the week? It generated a block which is standby version 1. This tag would determine his pay for the week. If he is working more than now, for example, if he does work. Why he got 1 hour quantity? 1 as a flag, I said. Why quantity flag? I said standby hours 1. Version 1. Why? What do you think? Why should we have a quantity over there? Why would we have a quantity over there as 1? Because 10 minus 9, is it that because? Did I say anything? Calculation what I said from my initial conversation. If he works less than 10, he is eligible for how many dollars? $20. Does it matter to have hours over there, or does it matters to get a tag standby, version 1 which would be sent to payroll, and payroll determines that version 1. In my payroll calculation, he'll get $20. Version 1 is matters, but for how many hours? That is also matters, right? Whiter, tell me, give me a practical answer. Why it matters? Your standby hours is 10 over here. You got the standby hours for the week, which is getting stored. Your value over here, standby version 1. The tag which is generating it would be sent to payroll, and it is already determined that version 1, if in a week it is come once or twice, if it is in a week comes, if you this flag is identified once, then $20 would be paid for the worker for the week, correct? Just what does this one? 1 is basically a flag value. How if I add here 2, 3, 4, 5, but the quantity 1 would be given standby version 1? It is not my headache how payroll do it, but it is the tag which is generating, which is basically a flag value for the payroll. For a week, standby version 1 has generated, which means I need to pay the worker $20 for that week. It's a 20 into 10, right? When the payroll will see $20 only he will pay. Why payroll will see 20 into 10 standby hours, 10 hours even if... No. I thought that the scenario is that whatever the hours you work, he will get $20. From my first conversation, I stated he will get. If the hours is under 10, he will get a flag value. I got your point. Means somehow, it's just an understanding thing. No, it's not just. Not saying that makes sense. But this is not, for example, if I make him work 5 more hours, this tag should remove. It's still there. Now we need to remove this tag. Now what we need to do? 1 second. Now for example, he has crossed 20 hours. Sorry, he has crossed more than 10 hours, which is now 15 hours for a week. He is eligible for $40 for that week. What we discussed. Now here the flag is only coming version 1. Now what I want, this flag should get eliminated. And instead of that, because he has worked for the week, he has worked 15. It doesn't make sense if we have version 1 and version 2 both. Then he is getting overpaid. Correct? For version 1 and version 2, both he will get paid, right? But we do not want that. In that particular scenario, what we will do first? Standby 1 standby 2 standby particular generator 1 standby. Let me do a calculation. Now here we will create time block, create time calculation. First, now for now, what we want to do, any given hours which are first going beyond 10. Beyond 10 but less than 20. For the time week, let's store those hours into a new block. New Caltech, which is standby 10 to 20 hours. Store that hours. And now, if that standby 10 to 20 hours exist for that week, then we create version 2. It's a complicated one, but let's see. Now again, let's understand. Now what is happening? We are getting 15 hours. Now let's first make a key in order to identify. It is 15 hours, it's between 10 to 20. Let's store those hours into another time calculation tag or a bucket, which would be our identifier for the week. We do not want this to duplicate. Standby version 2 to duplicate or to exist when there is more than 10 hours. Correct? We do not want this. First, let's make a calculation to have an identifier for that week. It is more than 10 hours. If I go for the calculation tag 2 also, it will not generate. Let's start. First, let's make some error. We have a start block calculation and time block create calculation. When we are creating this create, whenever we need to create the time blocks, then we use this create calculation, right? Absolutely. You have answered the question. Oh, sorry, I have made a mistake over here. If I did add 100 instead of that, I wanted to do it. What my condition is basically saying if the hours are more than 10 but less than 20. It's fine. Absolutely. Let's go to the calculation. This priority. Duplicate values won't allow right in the maintain priority. The duplicate values. Duplicate values won't allow in the maintain priority. No, it will not duplicate values. It will allow. It is a text field. It will allow duplicate values. The order of word like, for example, you have country UK, you have country US. Both have Z1 low 1 for overtime, but the population are different. Correct? In the general calculation, when we have time calculation group does basically looking at the eligibility. Correct. In that particular scenario, both are mutually exclusive. But if in the same country, for the United States, you have duplicate value for the same population, like you have 1 overtime 1, you have another time, and you add is 1 for double time also and 1 for overtime, and the population is same, then it will create your calculation will not run as per your convenience. In that scenario, we have how we identify how we identify whether this is the issue with priority somewhere. You have to see the calculation which are running, what I told you on the checking on those things, looking at what calculation are running currently. Then you will see all the calculation. You will have one thing in your mind that this calculation has not triggered. Then you will see go to the worker time eligibility. See what is there? That's all you identify. Now let you see over here what happened. Automatically version 2 has come up. If I make, for example, if I delete this block, version 1 has come up. Correct? If I make it, for example, it was under 20. If I make it more than 20. For example, if I make it 12 over here, I will not see any block because we said the criteria is 10 greater than 10 and less than 20, correct? Which didn't say any block. You have any confusion with this particular one? It's fine. For you, what you need to do, you have to create. I created standby, which is basically hours only. You will create on call, which is basically in and out. And now the same criteria. If the on-call hours for a week is more than 10 hours, you decide the criteria. You do it by yourself. But I want to flag for three scenarios. I want flag for 3 scenarios. If it is on call part, same kind of thing, but on the on-call part. This is a very good classic example where you see your things and I want to see the doubles over here. See the totals also. And the totals also. I want to see the totals. How many hours on call hours has been added. Not on the pay value, but on number of hours, like for example. You see I added standby hours 20. There I get the flag up and by watching to whatever. In the total you have to add the on call. Then you can see. That is what you need to do. This would be a very good exercise for you to just go to the call fields. What is normal? Go through my calculations, whatever I made, and that would be your key identifier. Now, when it comes to value 1, value 2, value 3, it's why it is not necessary to like what my first conversation was basically payroll needs to identify. To payroll, what we actually send is basically, you know the standby and everything. We always send payroll the calculation tag. It is not our duty. How payroll do the mathematic calculation about the rates and everything. For example, when we are time tracking consultant sets with payroll, if you are using Workday payroll or external payroll. Payroll consultant says that payroll also gets the requirement that we want to pay it like hourly basis or weekly basis, one flat amount or hourly basis. There are two kind of payments, flat or hourly. If it is hourly, then you have to show the entire hours what you are giving. If it is a flat amount, you send a 1, 2, 3. If you send a number 100 also, they got flag standby, they will give flat amount. Flat amount irrespective of the hours. That's how the system has been designed. The system or the architecture has been designed like the way it is. And time tracking plays a very vital role as it is heavily connected with the payroll. Because for payroll, the timesheet is the source of truth. Correct? Whatever the hours are generating from the timesheet that needs to be processed and that is getting catered in the time card. Alright, what were we doing last day? We were doing time block, create calculation correct. Correct? Now let me show you first the business process of end time. Let's first Kevin. Let's go to this profile. I will just enter the review and submit the time. The moment I submitted the time, what will happen? Business process has triggered. Don't look at the alert. Yellow sign doesn't matter. And it has been auto approved because I have entered. If you see, if I click over here, if I go to the process, this is the general business process which works everywhere. Not required, not required, not required. But now let's do what is a business process that is over here. I go to the duplicate. Go to bp.enter time. Here we can see there is only two approval step. What is initiation and we approve it, but they're here weak. If you see there are a lot of any session and approval steps that has already been added. Now see why this has been added. If you want to see, you can click on this particular enter time. Go to business process you definition. This is enter time for the enter time, for it is a rule based business was a real benefit. Enter time for GMS Global Modern Services Department catch things. You can also create these kinds of like this is an SCM tax task. And as same it comes like if you want to have a custom business process for different organization. For example, if your company acquired different company and they are two merged in Workday. Same Workday, but their way of working is quite different than the yours. Though they are now acquired by yours, but they are not, their name is not changing. Just they are like a company acquired by XX, but their process of work is a little different. In that particular scenario, like hiring change, job entertainment, absence needs to work as per their terms and condition. In that particular scenario, the business process that gets created is a rule-based business process. If I click over here, I will go and check rule-based configuration. Right now, they have not added any rule. They have made it generic one, but on an honor, on a nutshell, since this is a practices stand, everybody is creating their own business process. But just remember, if you have one tenant, which is your gold tenant, the main production is known as the gold tenant and a gold tenant. If two companies are having a different way of working, the processes are different. In that particular scenario, kindly note the rule-based business process is the key. Alright, now for example, if I go to Kevin, I proxy him and I submit the time card. Let's see how it there. It has been. We have not configured anything on the business process. Go to menu, go to time. I go to again. Let's go last week. I enter some hours again. I'm not getting a review button right now. Why are we not getting the totals in the summary? You see, this is the alert. We'll see on 2D fold. The punch timeout time is after the scheduled top time more than 8. If this kind of things happen when you see you're not getting the totals and everything, what is the best way to go first is go to the worker's eligibility. This is a break fix kind of thing. Go to worker eligibility. I'll stop it. Stop eligibility calendar which PO. 4 to 4th week. Let's see what are the things that is happening on the where is the eligibility calendar and what we are seeing. In directory options general yes calculation and there is an eligibility calendar. Eligibility calendar is if somebody is losing eligibility or getting eligibility during following days. And gaze all those things on the left hand side. You'll see holiday calendars, period schedule, calendar, calculation groups, time code groups, everything. Alright, I will see what is there in the week of. Is there anything changes? Nothing is changing on this particular week. Like if you get a new calendar or something, you will see additional these kind of blocks coming up. Like for example, you see here 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks. He is eligible for 4 calculation groups. 1 period schedule. 2 holiday calendars for this month. If you want to see for the next month. This is for administrator time tracking. Administrator. Normal public does not have this access. It's for the developer. I think he's not having any issue on the eligibility part. He's not losing any eligibility part because, for example, one-time entry template, the time code groups does not make a difference. One monthly time schedule and one holiday calendar, which is the adequate thing that a person should have for entering time, the 1:1:1 ratio. Now what I will do, now I'll go adjust the calculated. I'll go to that particular week. Things are there. This is the week for which things are not coming up correct. Now I've cleared. Now I will again make some changes. It is coming. What? What was the reason? There was some adjust calculated time. It happened. What I did, I cleared it. I just calculated. Time is always overpowering your entries because that is basically is used to make the changes. Now if I go to review, now I will have to. Let's see how the proxy looks like. I proxy that person and go to the. It's wrong. It's submitted. The moment I submitted this time entry went to, you have submitted up next manager. And go to the manager. Let's use the manager. There are two managers for this person. I'll go to the profile that proxy. You see this particular thing where you see regular overtime, double time, shift time, standard hours, 7 consecutive day premium hours, this whole thing. These are Workday defined, all the totals over here. Here are all the things that manager would see, but there you have to configure the calculation tags also in your template. One template is for one country. There is also a template. Let me just stop proxy and show you. These are this particular thing we call time review template. Because the workers, the magic is doing the template and then approving it or sending it back to the worker. There to one-time approval time review. For example, this is a board template. How it is, approval time template. There is no option to edit it. You know only two options, approval and send back. Deny is also there. They are rejected. What is the name? Reject, that's been rejected. When you get a review, you have the option to edit it. There are two options. When it is in business process, there is one, a start task, which is called as approval, which means approved. There is one is action, which is review. Review means you have to review. Can also have the access to make the changes. But in approval, there is yes or no. Bool. If you go to the template, you'll see two templates, polar request, time of whatever. Whatever tags you are having, you can add it over here. Worked hours, calculation tags or whatever. And if you can also make it approval template for different categories of worker. If I go edit, though it is not taught in the sessions, but it is a good to have thinking to have these kind of things on your mind, like these are the additional parts. It was not in my training session. Also, these are the new things which have come up. Like for example, who? You can have multiple time approval template for different categories. For example, one is your salaried employee who does not do clock in, clock out, but does put number of hours work. You can have that for that template for group of people, and another one is basically the hourly one. Employee type. If you want to give it regular show worker type, if it is employee. In summary, this is the part includes all the things which were getting over there, like on the time approval. These totals are over here. They have to make it added over here. If we do not add yet, then it won't come in the approval. The additional information won't come over there, like the regular server over time. See, there is one global template. This is a global template which is applicable for everyone. Automatically it comes over here. Automatically everything comes over here. But however, this is a global template. You have to have a one global template which was applicable for everyone. Is that applicable to every country as well? Global is global. There is an option. What it see like? If I need option to just show to specific countries, then you have to uncheck it and you have to add it for countries. Oh, you see, global means global every country. It's like automatically getting fetching. If you want to have a country specific, then you have to create your own country wise. Global template will still be there because other countries would be using it. But if you want to have a country specific, then you have to create time approval template. Once we create the time approval template for this template, you uncheck it. Add your country over here. It's done. Oh, it's done. Your country needs to be added. And there is no eligibility criteria in this country to country. Based on that, I'm not. Once again, this is time approval template, which is like a good to have a knowledge of. The first thing that you have to do is basically, I'm just opening the one which is created, the new one, the additional one. First thing, categorizing what is in the template you see. What is needed to be added? For example, initiation groups needs to be added. Who can initiate it? We generally do not put initiation group on the initiation part of any business process. The things that is governed and is actually driven by is through the policies itself. Open the policy on the new tab, then we can understand what does it mean. And the time, this functional area, it belongs to first is time tracking and time tracking hub. And the time is basically initiation. Part is given to all major security groups, employee self. Managers HR partner time tracking. Just a reminder, Last time also, I forgot we have taken the other SKUs as well along with this Workday scheduling and labor optimization. I didn't know about the labor optimization. Labor optimization is a new SKU. Workday scheduling is basically changing the schedules for the worker, like if you have in and out workers, a lot of factory workers, correct. Labor optimization is basically on their schedules. Schedule is like scheduling all the scheduling because they are all the time manager would be changing and they can also have the liberty to do. Labor optimization is basically the efficiency part of the workers. How to make the seamless experience for the labor or the workers. That time tracking and the free schedules, that is the two SKUs that you have. That is not a part of time tracking. That's a different part. Scheduling is basically their work schedules. Labor optimization, like have you done anything on that? Labor optimization is not a cup of tea. Labor optimization is a new SKU they have created. These are new modules, recently lost to into. They have been newly lost. This is majorly applicable to the industries like Walmart, where there are a lot of factory workers or the grocery workers or industries where there is rotational shifts happen. A lot of shift workers are working. In this particular area, labor optimization plays a very vital role in terms of making the experience of ERP for the workers and good functionalities. I don't know the functionalities over there, but they do. I think there is available on the work community. You can search it. I just heard that scheduling and will be rising. But right, the workers who can initiate it. You don't see here the time tracking, for example. Or Kevin Jones employee as self-security group should be there in order to enter. But I don't see anything over here. However, our test player, Kevin Jones, must have any of the security group. That's why he was able to do micro IDs. But on a nutshell, companies you have to add employee as self. But see, on a very high end side, if you don't want to give the access to enter time to all the workers, and depending on country, you are expanding phase by phase. The first start with a segment security group segment or organization based security group. What is basically? These are basically, for example, your organization, United States, it's a different entity, company, correct? All the employee as self-security group belonging to organization XYZ USA, then it would be organization-based security group. Then they have the access to enter time else. Everybody would be getting sorry if I go to this. Everybody would be getting an application over here time. But even if they are not eligible, then that does not make any sense to have a time or absence kind of application over here. Correct? They will get confused. For them, you can make it for. In my organization, we have a customer service as non-customer service employees. For customer service, Workday doesn't make a sense. They have that different tool for in that particular scenario for all the time tracking and absence item. We have segregated in such a way that the workers who are on the customer service side, they are not be able to access these particular items by making a segregation security group. Same goes with summertime. Same goes with summertime. See, for example, they have added a contingent worker as self, but customer core contact as self. Customer contact itself is basically, have you heard about service center representative? It is like that. Time block microdate. Time block microdate. As we saw in our template, when we click on the time card automatically, we are able to enter in time and out time or change the time card. We need to add a security group over here also and also in our time entry template in both of the areas. Then only it will work. Why it is made in like such a way? Why it has been made it like you have to add it in the time entry template as well as in microedit and time business process, because you can have multiple time entry templates for different regions. It is not needed that you want to have only one time entry template and other nots. For example, in the United States, you can have both two time entry templates. For example, East Coast does not need double time. However, West Coast needs. Correct? Then it is not feasible to have those totals in your time card where it is not applicable. Correct? It is not. You see a random numbers which is not applicable for you and that particular scenario. You need to create two different time entry template. And for example, you allow West Coast folks to do micro edits, but you do not allow East Coast folks to do micro edits. Then simply just uncheck the box from the East Coast time entry template. And they will not be able to do micro edits, and West Coast would be doing different scenario, different kind of thinking that comes into the mind of the worker. In the time entry template, we have that option for micro edit. I think I have thought on my template portion that you have to check micro edits over here as well as you have to add it over here. No. If we uncheck it there and by mistake, if we add it here, then what will happen? Your template, nothing will happen. Both of them needs to be enabled. Then only it will work. It will not. Same goes with everything. Same goes with these other things. I just calculated time. Who does add this calculator? Payroll admin and time tracking admin. What it does is allow authorized user to add this calculator overriding the system generated calculation. You override your system calculation and add your own calculation. For example, this is a very common example. Whenever there is a calculation mismatch, you expect a different result and the calculations giving you an odd result. And the payroll date is coming just near to you at that given point of time. You have to make this like a just calculated time that the payroll does not get disrupted. Right? This is really good weapon for the time tracking administrator guys. Payroll administrator, time tracking administrator, not payroll. Or both of the payroll. Because if your payroll is connected, then it makes a very huge difference. Now run calculation. What do you understand by run calculation? Refreshing the calculations. Delegation. If manages the security groups, who can he delegate? He can delegate to contingent. Oh my. All those shouldn't be there. But it's a test and it's a GMS tenant. You can do as much as want. Enter time by type. Same what we did. All those things which are there in your time. Template needs to be added over here. What we have over here. This is this. This is the same kind of a business process than other business process have. But it has like few other items like micro edits, clear and other items which are like the attributes, which are the add-on attributes for enter time. Other than that doesn't make a very big difference. Now there must be a scenario. It's an additional part which I need to make you understand. For example, there are workers in your organization who do just enter time. They do not submit the time. And it is common in the out. In and out. That's it. But do not submit the time card. There is a way in order for their time to process, and it is done through a HRO piece, or you can automate those things by mass operation management. It's a new topic, but it's a very commonly used topic, vast in United States, which is mass operation management, mass time entry submission. There is a task which is mass submit time, and it is governed by the time tracking admin, timekeeper, payroll interface security group, and payroll administrator. What is basically it? What it does? It basically mass submit the time entry for the worker. How it is worked? A delivery field. There is no such thing that you need to just make any changes. You have to select the organization. The key item is to select which people are, which center. Ideally, my favorite way is to use time entry templates because it defines automatically the folks. Correct. There must be in a supervisor organization, few workers are not entering time. They are not eligible. You are, but in time entry template, all are entering. Correct. Right. It makes a difference. Correct. There can be a number of ways. My favorite is to segregate through time entry template. I select everything, everyone. I went next. I select run frequency. When I did stated your thing that they are just entering them, not submitting. And before the payroll cutoff date, we needed to be submitted. There are few ways of running this process. One is like on a demand basis, which is run now. One is you have to run it on one in future. One is daily submission. One is weekly submission, and one is monthly and dependent. Whatever. What in United States happened, I think, is like there is a cutoff date. Correct? Custom recurrence goes over there. I click on next. I will get a. Now it comes to the period of selection. Now, for example, we have the bi-weekly period schedule. Currently, we are in the month of you have to give the date before the payroll cutoff date. For example, payroll cutoff date is tomorrow. You gave up, started at what time? For example, 10 a.m. everybody's time. Entry would be submitted. Similarly, for 1 year every payroll cut-off date. That date you need to get it from your payroll margin. And that is already there. For a year, the payroll cut-off date is already defined. From there we can see, and then we can. Exactly. What will happen? You add all the dates over here. What will happen every month? Automatically, at that day, all the entries would be submitted. Click. Mass submit US. What will happen? And it will be followed in United States. What is today's? Oh, sorry. 22. Let me make it like this. automatically it will run. Now there would be in practical scenario. There would be workers who have not entered the time during that period of time or may have done mistaken entries. It is possible scenario, correct? But then they will go back and again re-enter the time and submit and they will get the pay. Retro like the retro payments. This would be used. Mass submit is very effective one for high volume time entries. Same thing for approval. No for approval. First, a report needs to be created, which is basically a custom bill report. All the workers who have submitted the time mass submit workers. Then after that, a mass operation management needs to be happening, and that is basically a task. If I click over here, mass operation management, here you have to select advanced business process, which is basically completing the business process. When you must submit the time enter, time business process triggers. Correct. Now, in order to complete that business process, this particular operation type is used, which is advancing the business process, and it requires the report which report. First year mass submit marks submit time. If you have report, you have to. This is a customer report which needs to be created. And then again you have to use custom recurrence or whatever it can. Automatically it does happen. Is that clear? Once we submit mass submit time, this mass operation management again means it will submit the time inside and get it here again while we are doing advanced business process. Wait, when you submit and approval, both are two different things. Correct, right? The meeting means the approval goes to the manager. All the entries approval. Now the manager is not approving it. But your payroll cut-off dates are coming up, right? The payment needs to go to the worker. If the business process is not advanced or completed, then do you think that the payment would be processed to the worker when your time tracking is heavily been involved? No, it's not. Then mass operation management advanced business process comes, which is basically auto approving the time entries. Oh, you stated that there is something mass approval. Just mass approval on that time. We need to create the report. You need to create C at that point of time. In advance, only everything needs to be created. For mass operation management for like tomorrow, let's take an example. Tomorrow it is happening. Your time, entry submission is happening. 2 days, after 2 days, your payroll will run. Tomorrow your mass submission is running at 10 a.m. At 11 a.m., you should have mass approval. Automatically it will do. You do not do mass operation management. If you are making it for custom recurrence, like you want to automate for the entire year, both needs to be complementing each other. Next thing is that then in the report we need to put the condition and then we need to see whoever is the test. What's the template? One second. You can complete on the who and this. Who has submitted the time? Right? In that business process enter time, we can add that condition and we have to add the condition. Nothing needs to be added on the business process. Enter time nothing. Enter time is basically an individual entering time. If all the entries are been added automatically, there is nothing is affecting the business process. It goes for the approval also, right? One of the steps, you need to add an approval, correct? If you don't have an approval, how would your business process in that approval of the manager is on leave? Then it should go to the delegate to that the delegation is completed by the manager automatically at the when worker is going on a leave. LOA business process, leave request, leave business process. There is a managed business process for worker that is added. What it does is basically the manager would choose whom to delegate some of his tasks. Right. Oh, where that has been taken care? It is in request. Leave of business after this process is been taken care. Now we can see this validation groups, right? Now we'll go to the validation. Now let's go to the validation part. Generally, the business process validations are put on the initiation part, initiation step. But in time tracking works in a different way. For example, whenever you see any business process, like for example, request time off. We generally see here they have not added any validation. We see any business process, we see the condition rules or anything on the initiation step, which is basically a validation is added on the first step. How it is this basically adding over here condition maintenance, step condition. Click add any condition. Is, for example, is worker. Work is in us. And then we get two things, critical or warning. Automatically the validation step is created. It over here, but unlike in time tracking, it does not happen like that. We need to give the validation on the time card itself before going to the submission. Time card is very different. There is a way of doing is maintain time entry validations. Oh, there, you create a lot of validations. There are two categories. One is your critical and one is your warning. You just need to create a validation over here. Was the custom notification? For example, I create a validation over here. The best way to create validation for certain groups, for example, like only us group, like for example, only some of the employees in us who are having the same kind of time entry template. I do buy that only unless and until I have a specific kind of a requirement. For example, view. This validation also gets by the business right. Everything is given by the business. They won't give up until unless we won't ask. That is your take. That is your take. For example, Kevin Jones. Just for example, if we wanted to ask, how should we ask from this? You need to ask them. Just for an example, if you want to create some of the errors or different entries, that's it. For example, worker cannot enter more than 15 hours for a day. What I requested, basically, who is the population? For example, our time entry template. I go to the related action in the selection list. I will go, our template is this. Now what is that? Worker cannot enter more than 15 hours. Like the reported hours. Reported hours is greater than 15. Put it hours for a day. Report. Check this time block. Actually, I got disconnected for the last 2 minutes. No worry. And what I'm doing, basically I didn't find the population. Now what quantity they are entering? For example, reported quantity. Is greater than 15. I click. What will happen? A warning message is generated now. I see worker cannot enter 15. Workers cannot enter more than 15 hours. Now if I want to have a custom validation message, I'll go to the validation. Configure validation. I can add a text field. You should not enter more than 15 hours for a day. Take some rest. Click. I go to the worker. Enter some of the hours over here. Tool. How many hours? I click. I get an alert over here. What it says. Does it say anything? You should not enter more than no. 1 second. This alert comes. That is also can be configurable, or is it system? Everything is configurable. These alerts which are coming. I am creating an alert more than 8 hours a day. This is an alert. Correct. If I go and check on this particular one, maintain time entry validation. More than it, for example, more than 8 hours a day. Total reported quantity for a day. Total reported quantity time. Instead of that, we need to take total reported hours for a day. Check. Oh, it be 50. That is also issue 15. What is the different reported quantity? And both are the same thing, hours and days. Quantity is what is the unit of quantity, and reported hours for a day. If I see over, you will see the difference. If you click on the related action, and the business object in the description gets you. All the things are given the time. No, it was from time block. I always suggest whenever we are selecting a field, always click on the 3 dots and see what is the object. For example, now I'm rerunning my calculations. I'll see the alert. Did I see anything over here? It's just not coming back. If I again click over here, make it 11 p.m. No, let's see what is this. Punch and more than 8 hours and this. Now again, let's go back to our end validation. Click over here. What is happening with our? Go back again. I'll do one thing. Or remove. Reporting edit. Go back. Should select. You should not enter more than 15 hours a day. Now, if I want to make it a hard-coded error rather than giving a soft warning, what I need to do is basically go to the main time entry template. Sorry, maintain time entry validation, and then make it into critical. That added into the critical. It's basically the same thing. When you add it into the critical, then it will throw the error message. You will not be able to submit that, and the business process will not trigger unless that error is been solved. Now, for example, if I maintain this, I go over here, I click on. Go here. and calculation and confirm and click. What I'll see over here? I get a red error. Why there's a difference in other business process and over here is another business process. When the business process is triggered, then the error comes. And the key difference is when you enter over here, the error comes and does not allow you to go to the next process, which is basically your submission part. It gives you error at the initiation level that worker cannot enter more than. What you need to do? You have to reduce your hour. Then you will get the review. I have one question. During this mass submit time, we enter the time and it will not submit it. It will remain as it is. The time it is will submit. It will not cater. Even for one employee. If it is not, then it won't allow for 1 or 1000 or 0.5, nothing. And there is an error. No, I read is that I got it, but it will create the time entry for the other employees, or not even for their employees will be catered. Those workers who are for them, the entries are there. Nothing will happen as a thing will happen, that is fine. I'm talking about the other employees because other employees will not get impacted. Their submission would be done. Their submission would be done. This is one of the validations. One again. Let me edit. No worker cannot. They have created a very good error over here. Time entry codec standby or on call. Calculated override rate 0 comment is black. What happens if the time entry code is this? There is a rate which is 0 and if the comment is black, then it will create an error. For example, let's make it R. Remove this one. I don't need. Standby. We created standby. What is the entry type? Only standby. On call standby. Now let's do it over in our entry. What I made is basically time entry code which we are entering is on call, standby or standby on call. This is our entry code which we created. If you remember the standby hours and if the comment is blank, then entry will not happen. For example, let's do like this. Five. I got error. On constant these days, where is the includes override? But these many days override rates and explanation required on the comment. They have created a custom validation message also. Let me just go. but the same message. Let me just put a validation message C. If I remove it and add a comment over here, first the dates where this thing happened did. External field. You need to provide a comment on these. And please or give. I go to the enter time. I again run the calculation. You will get to know what I'm trying to say. I can make a custom message for the workers to understand. Click. Go to you have not available. It's not giving you the dates. You have to create a formatted date for here. Where did it went? For a given date. You can make anything possible. Custom notification details. Whatever text you want to adjust. I'll name an example. If it is giving a not else noise, like see the error. Again not available, no worries. If I go given comment over here, what will happen? The error will reduce. I see 3 errors. Now other blocks also. Right? What it does is basically now your timesheet is ready. Now you can submit it. Until and unless it's not submitted, it's giving you an error. It will not allow you to go to the next step, which is basically submitting the time current if the validations are not been fulfilled. These are like time entry validations. There are a lot of validations you can create, and it is something that the HR partner would definitely the requirement. Folks will definitely come into the picture and state you that it is now. We don't want the managers to enter the time on the behalf of the worker. You can create a custom validation for that. This is all about our basics of time tracking, which we covered in this particular course. Rest, everything comes with experience. When you work, you get a lot of experience and lot of challenges working on those things. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel.